How's everyone doing? I see we fell back to 5,600. There's a reason we're all here today. Oh, it is green. Hold on. I'll fix it. There we go. What's up, Gert? What's up, man? Yeah, so I like went in my kitchen to make a coffee after I was done arguing with Poopy in the Discord, and then I was like, "Oh, I'll make a little breakfast." And so I grabbed some eggs. I was like, "I'll make a couple eggs real quick, and then just get back to the stream." Those eggs turned into an omelet, and there was also some. Welcome back, Bob. Then I was like, well, I'm gonna make an omelet. I kind of want some bacon, so I made some bacon. And then I didn't have any bread, so I ordered some bagels and had to wait for those. A couple eggs in this economy. 3 eggs now. It's a few eggs. Did you get the new espresso machine? No. Still just using my old one. Although, you almost sold me on it the other night. It's not entirely broken. But I mean my one prior to the Prophet deck. Anytime you need an enabler for frivolous expenditures, good to know. Interestingly, I'm also my own guy for that. Why is William Sonoma getting removed from the SPY? Isn't it like just joining the SPY? Buy my $20,000 Electra. It's all yours. Is it like a commercial one? I can't know where to put that. Larry Fink said buy the dip. Mm-hmm. So did everyone else. That was so they could sell their shit in the pre-market. How's William Sonoma a shit cow? They have net margins that are consistently 10% or greater. Usually around 12 to 13%. They have like a 0.26 debt to asset ratio. Long-term debt to total equity is like 0.57. They're not a shitco at all. They even have a garbage dividend. You're right. They also cater to luxury customers, so they're less affected by the business cycle. Wouldn't 5,500 test, and why is it also today? It's probably not. I mean, I think the CPI report just is going to highlight the importance of the PPI report. If inflation falls on both, it's going to freak people out. TKO? Isn't that the company that owns UFC? It means drop in demand, lower GDP. That'll be the concern, yeah. Dude, what's with their assets? On the fly, it's really hard to evaluate companies like that. I would need to do, like, a lot of research. Since so much of their value is in intellectual property and rights and branding. I don't know how they met the qualifications for being in SPY. Don't you have to have 4 consecutive positive earnings? That's a weird addition. With PPI, yeah, PPI kind of does have a chance to be a bit of a lose-lose scenario. I think the best print would probably be if it was just a little bit cool, but not as cool as CPI came in. Just gonna dump. Could. Hmm. Hmm. Let me see something. To the 12th, right? Yeah, it still looks like there's a lot of bot puts to the downside. Mm. They're selling puts at the 55.65, 55.60, and 55.50 levels. Everything else looks bought, so yeah, I would say there's about $25 more downside potentially before we find some support. Just getting sucked right back into that fucking those puts on the JPM collar. They have so much delta here. Yeah, I don't think those are sold. I thought this was going to be a little shitty with the open below 60.50 or 56.50, but I can't believe they let it slide this much this fast. Was there any more news that came out after open? Hmm. Rubio was talking this morning. That was way earlier, though. It came after CPI. There's been like no news since CPI came out. Oh, never mind. Canada's Foreign Minister Jolie. Canada worked with Europe to put pressure on the Trump administration. Yes, please unite against us. Canada will impose 25% retaliatory tariffs on U.S. goods worth Canadian 29.8 billion from March 13th. Morgan Stanley cut Apple's price target to 252. Damn. We almost got a rate cut priced in. Putin's likely to eventually agree to a truce, but with his own terms. Huh. The real news is in your DMs. That's fine, right? Corporate credit spreads blowing apart's not a big deal. I don't know what you're on about. I wonder how much debt Apple could issue at 12%. Roomba vacuum maker, iRobot warns it may go bust. Makes sense. It's just higher risk borrowers. It's not a big deal. Trust me, bro. I think everyone's gonna leverage up junk bonds and pump the market off of it again. Then everything crashes. US debt, same like junk bonds? Not yet. Working on it. Another day of bleed. I'm gonna have to break out the pimento for this shit. What are supports now? Could be a little bit here at 80, but the bigger supports are 60, 65, and 50. Oh man, my fan spin is popping off. Volatility. I think if we lose this level, we probably drop to like 60 or 65. Zero DTE straddle's dead. Uh, where did you buy your straddle? I just put a house since I'm leveraged short Japanese 10-year bonds. You should long the yen, Dork, so you can hedge your house. I don't see how filling the gap down to the largest pile of negative gamma or negative delta anywhere locally on the chain is bullish. Oh, also, don't forget the baby collars at like 55.50, which is just $15 below the big collar. How do you long the yen? Well, you can just get yen from your bank, but you'll have to pay an exchange rate. Or you can buy yen futures, or you could short Japanese bonds, or you can buy fixie. Secret color, baby color, yeah, the littler one. It's at 55.50. It's cool. CPI sparking growth scares now. Yeah, too cool. Too cool is bad. It undermines consumer confidence. I think it was more the drop in core that freaked people out than the headline. I don't think anybody gives a shit about headline right now. Was the 5675 dream dead? No. I mean, VIX is at like 26. We can definitely move more than 100 points in either direction pretty easily. But I don't know. I feel like the bounce on futures failed first thing this morning. Like there were still buyers after the CPI release, but price fell from the high like immediately. This is just moving relatively slow compared to the last few days is all. We're down like 100 points in less than 2 hours. Well, slightly more than 2 hours, I guess. 2 hours and 15 minutes. More blood. Blood for the blood god. The wick doesn't count, really? Yes, it does. It means that there were a bunch of people pushing it up, and then nobody wanted to buy it any higher. And they sold. Too expensive to trade. Is QQQ a better choice? Yeah, yeah, usually. I mean, QQQ or SPY, you move to smaller instruments if the at the money contract pricing gets to be too much. Be warned, those contracts don't trade the same way. They tend to be a lot more volatile. I was pretty much done trading for the day at like 8:31. To gaslight Doric or not to gaslight Doric? That is the question. That's not a question. Yeah, I mean, if you want to just sit in a put, it's an option. But yeah, the downside's a little grindy. Also, some of this is just the effect of like any rejection at all is just nasty in this environment. And we rejected off of the 5640 test pretty hard, and we've just sold off ever since. Fucking just straight down. Is this weekend's stream just gonna be circle jerking about the crash? I mean, we're not crashing, but probably. But we will. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're really not crashing right now. I mean, not really. It's still like a very controlled sell-off, despite it looking really bad. We're in a strong correction. It's a little bit different than that too. I think simply the dynamics have changed, and the overvaluations of 3 months ago are no longer sustainable. I can't wait to buy Vu. When Kramer demands retail buy banks at a discount, we will know we are about to crash. Well, we'll know they're about to do stocks share offerings. The ancient Chinese curse, may you live in interesting times. Valid. What happened to the GANs in the market? They got wiped out. Vol isn't moving. It's up a bit. Bonds aren't going crazy. Markets still can't decide whether to crash or correction. Meanwhile, it feels like some large players are just relentlessly unloading. Yeah. There's no evidence that quote is ancient Chinese. Wasn't there something funny? Exact top 3 weeks ago to exact bottom yesterday, it was 9.99%. Almost like they can't let it go down more than 10%. Wraps another layer of tinfoil. Fair. I thought Piggles Picks was bullish for today. It was if we opened above 60.50 or 56.50. Is the positioning above 56.50 still there? No. Not really. There's some bot calls building up out of the money, like, but they're close to spot 75.80. Some at like 95, 6,000 or 5,600. Sorry, 95, 5,600, and then above that, not much. Some bot puts at 40 and 45, 56.40 and 56.45. There's also some bot puts at 55.70. Sold puts at 65, 60, 50, or 45 to the downside. But put demand out of the money is exceptionally high. And there's really just not that much support. You also have to combat the delta at 55.65, 55.50 for the JPM callers. And then you have the fact that Charm for the OPEX expiration and this Friday's expiration is pushing down very, very hard on spot. All of that delta that's out of the like in the money, all that in the money put delta. Like if you go look at the chart, since we're roughly back at yesterday's close, all of that out of the money delta is just pushing down on spot, and that's gonna get worse next week. That's why like on the weekend stream we were talking about how like if the Bulls don't get it back above like 5,700 like before OPEX, we're in a really really bad place. Jeppy down 50 bips today. Only 75 more bips, 7,500 more bips to go, Dork. I see what you mean about this not just being a correction. Reality setting in, leading to repricing, which is why the market didn't act illogically exuberant on CPI. I mean, it did for a minute. It just got crushed. U.S. trade representatives said EU retaliatory tariffs indicate EU's trade and economic policies are out of step with reality. There's only one thing that's out of step with reality, and that's the current administration. I thought 5,900 is the magic bull number. That's where they really need it. They need to get, well, I mean, it changes every day, but they need to get it back to the peak of their put leverage, which is 8% out of the money to the upside. And ideally, they would want it here, where put leverage starts to fall back off. And that's, 10, 11% to the upside. At least 9.7%. But there's a modicum of stability to be found, you know, for at any price further to the upside. You said you were done trading shortly after open. Were you talking about your overnight straddle strangle? No, no. I had an ES buy order at 56.41 with a take profit at 56.73. And then I did one to the downside on NQ going into the CPI. And sometimes those kind of suck because you don't get a fill, or you'll get a fill too late. But I hit the fill and the take profit on the wick, so I was kind of kind of done after that. I closed the call sign of my straddle at open. Yeah, I missed the top a little bit, but I still have the put side, which is not quite a break even yet, but it's getting there. I just opened like a 0 DTE straddle for today. If we fall more, I might print on both sides of it. I think I need to test at like 63. Here comes your test. We're getting there. There isn't any support at 70. There's support at 65, 60, and 50. And I don't really know how much of a support those really are going to end up being, given how much negative delta is, but the 65 and 50 strikes. There's a lot of longer dated positioning here, and so it's, while the intraday positioning is still going to be the heaviest for gamma, there's a ton of delta that you have to factor in for the like 65 and the 50 strikes where the collar bot puts are. I'm gonna admit, I was expecting this to move to all of my retirement money into their high yield option, but now I do worry I miss the bounce at some point whenever it comes. You could always rotate back in, or rotate a percentage back into index exposure. Well, maybe not. I don't know. It depends on how yours is managed. How do you handle rotations in markets, like from your dividend and fixed income stuff to now, this environment where you're mostly cash and utilities? Well, not straight cash, like some cash, short-term treasuries and muni bonds, but yeah, most of my long-term holdings right now aren't too negatively exposed to the drop in the market. I don't have any like tech. I don't have any like retail. So And most of this sell off has still been tech. I'm also short a lot of those things, so that's kind of been working out as well. I mean, I have some consumer non-durables, I have some utilities. This is what I've been like planning on for 2 years. So, I've been buying like the dip in telecom, distribution, utilities, consumer non-durables, energy, um, gold, like for the last year and a half. And all of my like pickles picks have largely reflected that. There's some exceptions, like Takeda, which is more of like a strong yen play, or I don't know. That's probably about it. Brazilian stuff, yeah. More on the infrastructure side of Brazil, though, because I figure as we eliminate trading partners, they're at least moderately close to becoming one. Hey, there's my test. Nice. When packs $50? It's ambitious. Probably a long time. I would think getting back to 16-20 would be reasonable over the next like 3 to 5 years. In the meantime, it pays me 5.68%. And I'm gonna keep it on drip as long as it's below $13. So it's a little bit below my cost basis here, though, I think. My cost basis is like 11 something. Their last quarter was really good. How does one know how much capital to allocate? Where? Personal preference? Personal preference is part of it, but age too. You can't take as much risk as you get older. And, if you're nearing retirement, you want to start planning out more and more stable fixed income investments as you convert over from salary to, you know, fixed income. Yes, you can. I mean, people do, but it's usually not advised. Feeling FOMO on these massive dumps. Why? I mean, the options are so expensive now, it's not even worth, like, getting more puts. This year is 2035. PAX is at 1620. Leaving it on drip gave me 40,000 more shares. That's that'd be pretty awesome, actually. I just told my grandma to buy Nvidia at the top this morning. Retirement plans, put everything. Hold on one second. Retirement plans put everything into treasuries, leverage that into a massive loan, full port that loan into SPY synthetic longs. Beautiful. Even debit spreads seem overpriced. Like $4 for 10 wide. That's not that bad. I mean, yeah, they're not cheap, but that's not that bad. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on Dixie down, market down? But Dixie's up today. Like a little tiny bit. It's up against the yen a lot. It was $7 for 10 ride the other day. Yeah, I was gonna say I've definitely seen them more expensive. Sell credit spreads instead. It's an option. I know, but the trend. I mean, why wouldn't the market go down on a falling dollar? It's not bullish. Our market's entirely propped up on multinationals, and we're in the middle of a trade war. Are you selling options on AQN? Oh god, no. Don't forget, ES puts are 50% of the notional value of SPX puts. Downside is you can't put a stop on them. Yeah, you can. You put a conditional order, market or snap mid, and then price of equal to or greater than or equal to or less than the where you want the stop. You can do it in IBKR. Or well, TWS, I think. At least. But at that point, why not just trade SPY where you have way more liquidity? In that instance, I don't think there's any advantage to trading like options on futures. You're just trying to dodge the PDT rule. Haven't you made enough money now to like not have PDT anymore? Celsius options have been actually pretty good. No, not dumb. Just be careful with them. This is bounces because of good news. Yeah. So today won't have a good bounce unless good news comes in. Um, I mean, we can have a good bounce based purely on the vol, like vol falling off on the upside move. I mean, it doesn't have to be like sentiment driven. I will say right now things are skewing to the put side pretty heavily still, but we could see that turn around. I mean, there's there's plenty of delta to the upside. Like we could move out to like 5,600 very quickly. Ranges are just greater down here with volatility this high. And we've been, it's going to be hard to adjust to because like 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 yesterday when I bought the 5650s and they went up to like $10, like that's pretty indicative of the trading environment that we're in right now. Like ranges are just going to be greater on bounces and rejections overall. And over the last 2 years, rejections have been like $10, $15, so like three strikes or so. And then bounces have been like 2 to 4. So the ranges were a lot tighter. Um, this is different. I think we've crossed the Rubicon a little bit. Treating XSP as cruel and unusual punishment. I don't know. I've had some good trades on XSP before. That's not the worst. It's, it's better in this environment because it'll start to get more liquidity. Because people, even like institutional traders, will be careful about sizing up too much on SPX. You just have to toe ring. No, not even. You just can't set market stops. Mm. Yeah, the at the money contracts on XSP right now are getting some volume. Left a little bit of a downside gap on that. What do we need to push out above? Need to get above the bot puts at 70. But if we do, it opens up like another $30 upside move. We got the low test, so I think yesterday's low. Close. Not quite as bad, I guess. So kind of like an inverse head and shoulders there on the fuck is that? Yeah, if you go to like the 15 minute, it's a shitty, sloppy one, but there is one. Together with Gamma Strike and XSP, I turned 200 bucks into 5K. And then 5K back into 200. So clearly it's a fine instrument. Cheers. Hmm. Hmm. Jesus, gamma, like positive gamma is still really far out of the money. 5,600. Pretty straight path up to 5,600 from here, though. Is it possible to sign up for GS? Yep. Do you think BNet will suffer if the entire Department of Education is evaporated? Probably not. I know some of their funding would get hurt, but I mean that money is already allocated by Congress, so there'd have to be a lot of phases to rescinding it. Besides just removing the agency in charge of distributing the money. 5880 is a little bit of resistance to the upside, and then 5600. Mostly 5600, I would say. 95, 5600. And then above 5600, like 5630, 35. Quite a lot of bot calls out of the money right now. So we just have to get above these puts, and then kind of clean sailing. Place order at 212, gotta fill at 199. At the money. Nice. I bought one too, Dave. Just for fun. Because we were talking about it. I'm up 20%. I should close it. Isn't there an auction in 2 minutes? Yeah. I can't remember which one. 17 week, maybe? I'm up 48%. Well, I'm up 48%, but it keeps fluctuating between like 50 and -2. The big problem with XSP options is once they go in the money. Haha, TJX. What's it doing? Oof. Dump. Wait. Yeah, dumpy. They exercised one of my legs? Bastards? Oh, fuck, that's annoying. You should be fine, because you're hedged off. Yeah, okay. They exercised the in the money put. So you got 100 shares. You should be able to convert it in option strat if you want to. Something triggered the $100 drop. Yeah, we got rejected. There was like a little bit of negative news, but nothing dramatic. EU to pursue cooperative retaliation against U.S. U.S. attempting to start a trade war with everyone. $57.07, Richie. Basically, shit's still fucked, yo. Yep. It's probably not going to change anytime soon. We can't wait for the start of April to be equally spicy, because that's when all the retaliatory tariffs are supposed to go into effect. A lot of agricultural products. Oil, gas, so energy. Tons of energy. Yeah, we're starting to get out above 80. Upside PT. If this breaks 80, we're probably going to 5,600 or close to 5,600. We haven't broken out above 80 just yet, but we're pretty close. Hmm. How's the auction look? I don't have any information on it yet. Actually, hold on. 4.175 versus 4.10 prior. Hmm. Seems like overall the reaction's pretty positive. Yeah, AGL's been looking kind of interesting again. I know there was a lot of out of the money call buying on it, but still a lot of resistance at $4. Or put selling? There might have been some put selling on it at like 5. Someone brought it up in chat last night, I think. I wasn't sure if the puts were sold. Hold on. Nah. Yeah, I mean, adjusted gamma is kind of rocketing. Delta on the chain keeps picking up more and more. Looks like some interest is starting to build to the upside again. I would say if it could get back, it's a back above delta neutral today. Looks like it cleared delta neutral in the pre-market a little bit. Yeah, it doesn't look terrible. Fucking tricky upside, but room to the upside. What a fucking mess. Vol's picking up, which is probably good. Yeah, those puts are probably being sold. That's the 10 to. Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. I think their news and upgrades were like pretty fundamentally bullish the last time we played it. So it makes sense that after a, I mean, I talked about this before. After like a pullback, maybe some, maybe some interest in going long. Pulled back all the way to $2. Yeah, that's pretty decent. NQ's testing VWAP here. We broke out above 80. Still no positive gamma, so rejections are not good, but Came across this in my search. Mowing. Mewing? I don't speak any Thai. Beyond's on Reg Show. Any opinion? Oh, it's sucked lately. The last time it got pulled off Reg Show, it only went to like $4. It's even lower now. Google Translate isn't working. Hmm. You dick. Does it just win? If you go out on SPX, it's not really an ascending head and shoulders, it's just a sloppy one. Like, if you look at, like, the 30-minute, it's just kind of a sloppy one. But a higher low than yesterday, so that's kind of a plus. I think you want, I think you want this. Popcorn. What's the expected move number on the green arrow? 5663. Hmm. And Q's pushing up above VWAP. ES is getting pretty close to the 6,000 test, but not yet at VWAP. Still lagging behind a little bit. Picking up some volume to the upside, though. Yeah, Delta's a little funky through here. We get some more positive Delta above 5,600, and then a little bit of an issue with 15 and 20. Above 15 and 20, then we could push out a lot more. Rejection on the gamma flip? Maybe. Let's see. Testing it. Hmm. Just me or a low volume today? Fairly, yeah. Trixie Adams, I've ruined it. Did you convert your Chrome to Thai? you're, you're so fucked. Entered the Thai internet. What? Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. I speak Thai. Can you help Popcorn get his computer back in working order, Wolf? I went to Thailand once for a thing. That's Cop means thank you. That is all. Thank you for not being specific. Is there a mechanical way in which both positions could print? Yeah. People being forced to close positions in US Treasuries can drive yields higher. Meanwhile, in order to cover their leverage on the carry trade. So if banks start selling off their duration in order to meet their margin calls, then yes, yields would rise as at the same time as yen. Holy shit, I'm tired today. Why aren't you expecting a rug here? I mean, I'm not expecting a rug. I think bulls are in a fairly stable position here, though. It makes sense for them to try to push it out higher. It needs to be grindy. They've got to push back against the MM actually just selling into the uptick. And nothing's very favorable here. Even into Friday's expiration, the charm is really, really rough. No problem, Taco Man. But just to clarify though, from the Sunday stream, I actually want to short bonds while they drive up leverage in the carry. So if they get a bounce, I want to short yields because yields will probably come back up if they start to lever up the carry again or lever it up harder. But in the event of a crash in the dollar, then there's a very good chance that yields would spike alongside the yen rising. How does one short yields? You can use like UB. So if yields are coming up, like ultra bond futures will drop or ZB. There's a bunch of them. TLT, yeah. I mean, you're not really shorting yields. You're shorting the bond. You're long the yield. It's been way too long since bearish news, aka over 15 minutes. We got some stuff coming in today, right? We got some ECB speakers and Trump's meeting with Taoiseach of Ireland. I don't even know how to fucking pronounce that. God, Gaelic's a weird language. Taoiseach? Taoiseach? I don't know. T-Shock? Really? It's no name. It's Gaelic for Prime Minister. Ah, there you go. I knew it was Gaelic. Trump, Irish took our pharmaceutical and other companies away through taxation. Trump, we're going to do reciprocal tariffs. You mean through offering them lower taxes? like how Afa is pronounced Afa instead of A Aoif. I've also heard Afa, which isn't it supposed to be like it's like the Irish version of like Ava or Eva? There's the rejection. Oh, my stop limit hit. Nice. Knife caught. 86. Hmm. All right. Interesting. Doubling down on some short ball here, trying to get it back above 5,600. I'm starting to think tariffs aren't as bullish as the administration thinks. Bot calls coming in to the upside, 15 and 25 and 30. Still a big pile of sold calls at 35. Little downside gap here. This is already a pretty nuts reversal, like $60. think I love this shit. I don't. Swing trading's impossible. How? Guitar stuff. Thank you so much, man. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Give Guitar Stuff a shout out for hooking you up. Enjoy your Dillionaire coupons. Feels like it's easier to make money, but I burn so much cash taking profit on my debit spreads. And if your debit spreads go deep in the money, you can just box them off. Tastes like a giant inverse Head and Shoulders. A little bit, yeah. Now that Trump is saying things, they'll have a harder time with the vol short. Yeah, that's usually how it works. Is he talking right now? Oh shit, he is. Roosh, welcome to Zillionaire, man. Thank you so much, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
I'd speak on Europeans, war in Ukraine. Oh, great. Just when we had a nice trend going. What the fuck, man? Where's my gift? I don't know. Goon time. Yeah, there's a little bit of bot puts. 95 and 5600 that are kind of slowing our momentum to the upside. But puts being sold at 5605, 5610, calls being bought at 5605, 5615, and 5625. So they're definitely trying to get over the hump here at 5600. Trump calls latest inflation numbers very good news. U.S. Senator Corman, I'm speaking with Trump tomorrow about renewing tax cuts. The EU's been very tough. We're going to do reciprocal tariffs. Very happy that oil is down. It's up to Russia now. We have people going to Russia now. I hope we can get a ceasefire. We've gotten some positive messages on a ceasefire. Weapons today are so powerful. We're working so hard to get this thing finished. The EU is set up in order to take advantage of the US, planning to lower taxes if Democrats behave. You heard it, guys. Behave yourselves. Otherwise, no tax break for you. Does he really think gaslighting works on the international stage? I think he just thinks gaslighting works. Is it gaslighting when you believe your own bullshit? Like, who's he gaslighting harder? Himself or everyone else? Tariffs are a consumption tax, not an income tax. Technically not gaslighting without the intent to deceive, which just highlights how clueless he is. Him and Melania, I don't think him and Melania have ever shared a bedroom. It's a distinct possibility. I'm not sure he has an actual center. The narcissistic core is too fragile for assimilation. He wants, I mean, I think the one thing preventing Trump from actually achieving absolute power is the fact that, like, he wants everybody to like him so badly that he fucks up his own agenda all the time. Don't imply their progeny or turkey baster babies. I don't know, man. I heard Elon's dick doesn't work anymore. And honestly, I wasn't surprised. Melania is a baddie for her age. She's like 50% silicone. Side effect of the K? No, supposedly he tried to get like penis enlargement surgery and he like messed his dick up. That's why Vance would be more dangerous. He absorbs the hate and it makes his face rounder. Is that a real thing? I mean, there's no proof of it, but there was like one of his exes was like talking about it on social media, which is, you know, all the proof you need nowadays. That's a verifiable source. You can slap that shit in your PhD. Oh, Trump said bad things. Followed by a good thing? Flexibility on tariffs, but there will be very little flexibility once we start. Ooh. You know, I don't think our economy's fundamentally changed over the last month. I think Trump's just said so much nonsense that volatility had to go up, and that just fucked the vol shorts. How much do these magic surgeries cost? Asking for a friend. I have no idea. Surgery's pretty cheap if you don't care about the results. How much you looking to spend? Oh, Dave. Just be happy with what God gave you, you know? And if you didn't get a lot, get better at something else. Practice your taco eating skills. My daughter only heard you say be happy and just started yelling, just be happy. Yeah, take her advice. Those fucking bastards. I got my 5600C by 50 cents. Gall. Wait, but you're already up, right? Like you already made money on it? You wanted to hold it until we hit 6050? Only like 140%. Oh, sad face. Why was your stop so tight on 140% gain? Nuke, you should get Gamma Strike. God didn't do this to me. The Jewish hospital did. Listen, circumcision is not the reason that your penis is small. I refuse to believe that. You should protest against circumcision. I saw some guys doing it the other day. There's always like these three guys who stand outside of the New York hospital on the Upper East Side with little signs about how circumcision's really bad. Just the tiniest dick energy. I've seen guys doing it in the park too, but that's something else. I needed those 3 centimeters. Were you getting a circumcision in the park? I've never seen somebody get a circumcision in the park. I don't think. Not like a voluntary one. Ugh. Do you guys mind if I just don't talk for like 40 minutes while I put all these Uber Eats and DoorDash gift cards in my phone? America makes a lot of sense if you consider why circumcision is a thing over there. But why is it a thing? My mole had soft lips. Are all those gift cards GS subscription payments to avoid taxes? No comment. I know a guy who got an adult circumcision. And he was like 28 at the time. That must have hurt. I don't know. Why? He said his penis was ugly. He was pretty matter of fact about it. It's true. I have too many 5615s. I kept DCAing all morning. Nice. How many is too many? When's this fucking interview gonna come on? I don't know why so many people are concerned with it. Omarion got an adult circumcision. I think so did Rick Ross. What? Sometimes you just need to keep yourself humble. Well, that makes sense. Marion has clips of him talking about it on the New York City radio station. The colored one, graphics, not hosts. Okay. Did it make him a better dancer? Probably impossible, but maybe. Frenulectomy greater than circumcision. I might get mine reinstalled. Dave can correct me here, but I'm pretty sure if you're willing to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars, you can do anything you want to your dick. Like someone out there will craft you the exact dick that you want out of the dick that you have. Yeah, but Elon probably tried to get it done in like Thailand or something. Why do you know this? It's really popular among the like fin bro crowd. They all get like dick sculpting done and talk about it way too much. I went to the doctor to correct my yaw. You're saying they could turn my Mac cores into a pickles pick. Historical performance doesn't guarantee future results. I'm straight as an arrow. Is that a win? Hmm. I don't know how I feel about this Delta flip rejection. Bounce on trend. We broke the trend. A little. But maybe bounce back. to it. I don't know. Weakness at the delta flip's usually not a good sign. Yeah, we filled the trend a tiny bit. Maybe starting to distribute out. I'd be careful of like a head and shoulders on this. Uh, yeah, blown up at calls it open. Haven't been able to recover. That was a nasty candle. Turns out the angle was a good thing. Oh no. So I had pelvic yaw surgery. Oh, Jesus. Am I sold 6,000 C safe? Wait, you've never sold an option in your life. Who got into your account? BlackRock's Fink. I see elevated inflation and fear in the markets short term. Trump, I will respond to EU counter tariffs. Tax policy would stop Ireland from taking business. Tax policy is to stop other nations from taking business. There's still a massive deficit. We're going to even that out. I can pressure Russia, but I hope it won't be necessary. I can do financial deals that are bad for Russia. How? We've already crippled their economy. Iran's Supreme Leader Khamenei to response to U.S. military threats. Iran can retaliate and will definitely do so. Trump says no one's expelling anyone from Gaza. There's a lot of room. There's a lot of downside for Russia, too. The EU has gone after our companies like Apple. I'm not happy with the EU. We will win that financial battle. The EU doesn't take US farm products or cars because they're pieces of shit. I need to start buying some fucking wheels of Parmigiano Reggiano. They said it'll absolutely put tariffs on cars. Oh, he's getting pissy. Canada is one of the worst on dairy tariffs. I have ingots, government cheese. How did they get so many quotes out of his mouth this fast? Because he just rambles. I have great respect for China's President Xi. That's an interesting stance. The cheese black market will make us billionaires. It's true. I have a cave to sell you to store it in. Wait, do you actually own a cave? We should buy wheels of cheese and then resell chunks of it to the rest of us. Like a cheese dealer? When are we going to Fort Knox? Once Elon's done getting the gold out of it. Oh, hey, look, we have cameras. Oh, they disappeared again. Um, NATO can be a force for the good. Nice. Fuck yes, snorts the cheese. Am I crazy to think that the Bulls have a decent setup for a push up today? If it wasn't for being under Delta monthly, yeah, it's a problem. That's because rejections are just super violent, and then everyone takes profits. And even this pump still supported by bought calls more so than sold puts. Andrew Jackson was gifted a 2-ton wheel of cheese he let sit in the main foyer of the White House for over a year for anybody to take some. Yep, I know. I've heard the story of Jackson and his cheese. Apparently it smelled terrible. Hasn't lost all its steam yet. It could still go higher. There's a little bit of resistance here, and we're struggling with the 56.15 bot puts a little. There's also bot puts down at 5,600 that are coming in, probably because Trump's about to speak. He seems to have that effect on people. Tesla 150p is just a bad idea. Why didn't you short Tesla when it was at $400? Now you want to short it? It doesn't make sense. Oof. The fuck did he say now? Bot puts coming in 5,600, 5,605. Ends remarks to reporters at meeting with Ireland PM. What the fuck? Was it? We were just waiting till Trump was done talking to sell off. Maybe we're selling off into the 10-year auction. That's going to be important. I bought puts. It's kind of working out. How supportive is 5,600? Nothing's that supportive down here. Once, like, momentum picks up on the sell side, it's all kind of just fucked. This fell back to 5,604. Maybe it'll find a little bit of support here, but I think that's under 5,600. VIX is going up pretty sharply. So we got some profit taking. Yeah, it's also just dumped right through VWAP on that drop. Hmm. How low are we going? I think if we lose the gamma flip, we probably fall back to like 5580 at least, if not lower. We didn't leave any gaps, so we left a gap to the upside, little one. Gamma flips at 55.95. Hmm. Looks like ES is going to continue selling off a little bit. Can you take a look at SATL when you get bored? A bunch of options for it came in today. Mention and Gherkin on board. Yeah, I could take a look at it in a minute. Do I have data on it? I don't have data on it. At least not on the option side. Satellogic? Uh, dangerous. Fall short there. Gap fill.
It's a tremendous job. I give, look, the Irish are smart. We are smart people. And you took our pharmaceutical companies and other companies, but, you know, through taxation and proper taxation, they made it very, very good for companies to move over there. And we had presidents and people that were involved in this that had no idea what they were doing, and they lost big segments of our economy. The European Union treats us very badly. They have for years. I saw that. I had it out with them in my first term. It did well, but we had to solve other problems, and we did. But European Union's been very tough, and it's our turn too. You know, we get a turn at that also, but they have not been fair. They sue our companies and win massive amounts of money. They sued Apple, won $17 billion, and they use that for other reasons, I guess, or to run the European Union. So I'm not knocking it. They're doing what they should be doing, perhaps, for the European Union, but it does create ill will. And as you know, we're going to be doing reciprocal tariffs. So whatever they charge us, we're charging them. Nobody can complain about that. Whatever it is, it doesn't even matter what it is. If they charge us 25 or 20% or 10% or 2% or 200%, then that's what we're charging them. And so I don't know why people get upset about that, because there's nothing more fair than that. And we had a problem with Ontario, and they dropped that when I let them know what we were going to be doing. They dropped it immediately, so I'm glad, because electricity, you shouldn't be playing with electricity. It affects people's lives. Actually their life. I mean, it can affect, depending on weather, it can affect their life, so we can't do that. And it doesn't make sense that our country allows electricity to be made in another country and sold into us. Who did that deal for the United States? Okay, I looked at that long ago.
You.
And I said, that's not something that's very smart. So we've had a lot of bad trade policies, and yet we're doing very well right now. But we're doing well because I won the election. If I didn't win the election, you would have had a very bad period. I think a lot of the stock market going down was because of a really bad 4 years that we had. When you look at inflation and all of the other problems wars and inflation and so many other problems. But we're going to have very good years. We had, I don't know if you saw a little thing like the cost of eggs, little to you, but big to people out there, down almost 30% in the last few days. We got it down. We
But
did a
up
lot of things. We have a
200% in the
great
last 2
Secretary of
weeks.
Agriculture, and we did a lot of things that got the cost of eggs down very substantially, and so many other things. A very big thing that I'm very happy with is oil is down to $65
Filled the gap.
a barrel.
Got a gap to the
And
downside
that's
at
faster than I
56.10
would've-
now.
We put on the gas, we stepped in the gas in order to get oil, and with what's happening. So we're getting that down. And when energy comes down, prices are gonna be coming down.
Eggs will never go down.
So in a very short period of time, we've done a very
Egg
good job.
manufacturers just
And
figured
I
out
think
that all you chuckle fucks will buy eggs for
tariffs
$12
that we're
a
talking about,
dozen.
and again, reciprocal. I think that the tariffs, there are some
That's
places
it.
where they're a little beyond reciprocal.
Eggs are a buck
We've
each
been
now.
abused for a
That's the
long
new
time
world we
as a
live in.
country. We have been abused really for a long
I
time,
won't.
and we will be abused no longer. Okay.
Are you going to retaliate to the
On the
EU
Department of
retaliation?
Education, sir, would you describe for us, is this meeting your vision by cutting about half the workforce? And what responsibility do you feel to the civil servants who have now lost their jobs? Many of them worked at the Department of Education during
Yeah.
their first term.
Sure, I do. I feel very badly, and but many of them don't work at all. Many of them never showed up to work. Many of them never showed up to work, Kelly, and unfortunately, and that's not good. And when we cut, we go, and that's what I had a number of meetings with a lot of people over the last couple of months. When we cut, we want to cut, but we want to cut the people that aren't working or not doing a good job. We're keeping the best people, and Linda McMahon is a real professional, actually a very sophisticated business person, and she cut a large number, but she kept the best people, and we'll see how it all works out. But our country was run very badly. I mean, whether it was that or contracts that were signed that was so bad, so obviously bad, and I go through them in speeches. I could go through them all day long. I could read for billions and hundreds of billions of dollars. And all of that fat and waste and fraud and abuse is being taken out. But it's incredible what's happened. Now, Department of Education's, maybe more so than any other place, has a lot of people that can be cut. They're, number one, not showing up to work. Number two, they're not doing a good job. And if you take a look at our education process, and if you look at the charts, because they have numerous charts where they do the top 40, we're at number 37, 38, 39, and 40. And recently they hit, during Biden's last few days, they hit last. So they were number 40, and yet we're number one in cost per pupil. So it's pretty bad. But we have a dream. And you know what the dream is? We're going to move the Department of Education. We're going to move education into the states, so that the states, instead of bureaucrats working in Washington, so that the states can run education. And you have Norway, you have Denmark, you have Sweden, you have Finland, you have various countries that do very well. You also have China that does very well in education, which is a pretty big tribute to China, I must say. 1.4 billion, and they're in the top 10, and it's pretty amazing. So we can't blame size anymore. Normally you'd blame size. It's too big, how can you do it? But China does it. So we think when you move it back to Iowa and Indiana and all the states that run so well, there's so many, I could name 30, maybe almost 40. Those will be as good as Denmark, those will be as good as Norway, and they'll be as good as any of these. I believe they'll be as good as any. Now then you're gonna have
You mean all
10
those
that won't
socialist
be so great.
countries?
You're gonna have 5 that will not be good at all, but we'll work with them and we'll get them to be good. But what we want to do
There's no way
is
he could
always
name
school
30
choice. We're gonna
states.
do school choice, and we're doing it. But we want education to be moved back where the states run education, where the parents of the children will be running education, where governors that are doing a very good job will be running education, not run. I drive through the city and I see like so many buildings, Department of Education, Department of big buildings, and by the way, they're empty. Nobody shows up to work. So I think Linda did a very good job.
Mr. President, do you have a meeting with Vladimir Putin scheduled or a conversation? What would be your message
I
to him?
won't comment on that, but we had a great success yesterday. We have a full ceasefire. If it kicks in, we have to see. It's up to Russia now. But we've had a good relationship with both parties, actually, and we'll see. We'll be knowing people are going to Russia right now as we speak, and hopefully we can get a ceasefire from Russia. And if we do, I think that would be 80% of the way to getting this horrible bloodbath finished. It's a bloodbath is taking place over there.
Doesn't he say new
on
stuff?
Average,
Ah.
2,000 to 3,000 young people a week are being killed in that stupid war.
Department of
that would have
Big
never happened if I were
Buildings.
president. So we have people going over there, Mr. VP. Do you have anything to say about it? Because you're very much involved. What's going
Yes,
to
sir.
happen?
Well, we've got some conversations that are happening on the phone and in person with some of our representatives over the next couple of days. As the president said, we think
Oh,
we're
they
in a
brought
very
this
good place
dipshit
where
back.
The Ukrainians have agreed to a ceasefire, and we're now going to see whether we can get the Russians to agree to a ceasefire too. And we'll certainly have news on that when we find out that news.
Are you confident?
Get him off. Isn't that the press secretary's job?
That he's broken them in the past?
We haven't spoken to him
Sexist.
yet with substance, because we just found out and we just were able to get Ukraine to agree. So we're going to know very soon. I've gotten some positive messages, but a positive message means nothing.
No,
This
it's
is
the
a very serious
couches.
situation. This is
Same
a
upholstery.
situation that could lead to World War III. And Biden should have never let it happen. Incompetence allowed this to happen. This shouldn't have happened. October 7th in the Middle East should have never happened with Israel. The horrible leaving, the way they left Afghanistan should have never happened. Inflation should have never happened. You know, we have great inflation numbers, by the way, just got released. Inflation is
Why are all of
way
Trump's
down.
meetings like
And it's
a
based
like a
on what
white
we've done.
trash
We've done it in a
barbecue?
very short period of time. You know, we had virtually no inflation. For 4 years, we had almost no inflation. And when these characters took over, we went from no inflation to the worst inflation probably in the history of our country.
No.
So it's very interesting. Go
Are
ahead.
you going to retaliate against
And by the way, I have to speak of inflation. I love these socks. What's with these socks? I'm
It's
trying
in
to
honor
stay-
of the T-shirts.
I'm trying to stay focused, but I'm very impressed with the VP's socks.
Oh my fucking god. Did they meet with the Prime Minister of Ireland and JD Vance is wearing shamrock socks?
And yet half the parties from the Northern Ireland government have decided not to come to St. Patrick's Day celebrations.
This is just not fucking real. This is not, none of this is real.
What are they boycotting?
What the fuck?
They are talking about your position on Gaza as one of the reasons why they
Oh, I haven't heard that. I really haven't heard that. Look,
Can I just say, I got to pay
Yeah.
tribute to the President on the peace initiatives. The one thing we've learned in Ireland about the peace process that you've just spoken about, and I recall back in the early 90s, when the first tentative steps to get peace in Ireland, people criticised people like John Hume or people like Albert Reynolds, and then Taoiseach. But they kept going. And when we got that ceasefire in 1993, okay, it took a number of years to get the comprehensive peace settlement. But again, the guns more or less largely went silent. The war in Ukraine is a devastating war on young people. And I think that very simple, straightforward narrative is to be commended. We all have children. We would be shocked at the prospect of young people losing their lives in that number, be they Ukrainian, be they Russian, whatever. Anything we can do to stop the violence, I think, is an extremely positive day. And there will be all sorts of people having qualifications on it and all the rest of it. It's our job then to work on it and to try and build it, Europe, US and everything.
I will say, and thank you for that, but I will say, last week, 2,500 young people died while we sit here and talk.
Yeah.
And while they talk about peace, but they've been talking about peace. This should have never happened. This war should have never happened. It would have never happened if I was president. That's what makes me more angry than anything else, because you've had far more people die than they report, than these people report, for whatever reason. But you had far more people. The numbers are far more devastating. You'll find that out someday. And it doesn't affect you very much. They're not Irish, and they're not from my country. They're from Russia mostly, almost all from Russia and from Ukraine. And people could say, why are you doing this? Why are you involved in that? Because 2,000 people a week are dying. And they have families, and they have mothers, and they have fathers, and they have sisters, and they have brothers and friends. And they're dying.
Putin's
I've
running
seen
out
the
of
pictures,
troops.
The satellite pictures that we see all the time. And it looks like Gettysburg.
So Russia's losing?
Crime.
Yeah. They keep saying that.
One of the most horrific battles.
Like, I don't think they mean to say that, but there's no other way for them to
Kids
get that
lying
point
all over these
across.
things that are dead because the weapons today are unbelievable between drones and.
He's like,
various
so
types
many
of
more
drones.
people
I'm not even
dying
talking
than these
about
guys are
beyond that,
reporting. It's because they don't
the big
report
battles,
Russian
the other
deaths.
one, I hate to even mention the name, the nuclear name. I hate to mention it. But you have weapons today that are so powerful. And I see kids every week. I see pictures of kids laying all over the
The
field.
10-year yields,
These guys, beautiful kids.
4.315 before the auction.
They're not from here, they're
High
not
yield
from
was
where you are, but
4.31.
He's working very hard. We're all working
So
hard to get this.
basically
finished.
flat, maybe a
It's crazy. Over
hundredth
nothing,
of a
but it's
point
not gonna
tail.
go anywhere. It's just a terrible situation.
Or
And I
negative,
think-
no
I
tail.
think we have a chance to get it done.
I think it's
But we've got-
0.310,
we've gotten
but I'm
half of it
not
as a
sure. It just says
ceasefire.
3.1.
And if we can get Russia to stop, then we have a full ceasefire. And I think it'll never go back to war. I think something will.
Can I ask you about
Say it.
Ireland's relationship with Israel? There's been a lot of talk recently. The government are looking to bring in what's called the Occupied Territories Bill, which would ban goods from occupied territories. I know you met with Prime Minister Netanyahu recently. Did Ireland come
Bid
up
to
with-
cover was 2.59, so
One thing
well,
I'll tell you, you're not from Israel, that's for sure, huh? She is definitely not from Israel. It's an interesting question coming from you. We talk about everything. Israel has been under siege, as you can see, and they had to fight back. October 7th was a terrible thing. People don't like to mention it, but it was a terrible, terrible day in the life of the world. And it's amazing the way people don't mention that, but it was, I've never seen anything like it. Those are other clips I get to see. You know, as president, you get to see clips that you'd rather not see, but I see clips, and that was a terrible day for the world. And we're working hard with Israel. We're working hard to see if we can solve the problem. I will say, I just saw 10 hostages, and they were treated really badly. They were really treated badly. I was shocked. I asked them, was there any kindness shown? They were in there. One was in there for 500
going in
days.
for the
one was
third test of the gamma flip to
323
the
days.
downside now.
I said, was there any, 10 of them, I said, was there any?
Yeah, gamma falls
kindness
off pretty
displayed? Like,
steeply
did they
here.
ever,
We could
like,
fall back
say,
to
"Don't worry, you'll
55.80
be
or
okay,"
even like
or
back
give
to
you a little wink, or
55.60 if this
give you
fails.
like an extra slice of bread or something. And everybody said, all of these people said, zero. It was hatred, it was pure hatred. So, I mean, that's a very deep-seated problem. You have a-
Could you
you have a
give
big
the
problem.
Taoiseach some advice? Could you give the Taoiseach some advice? Ireland is in the midst of a housing crisis now, and I know you've got a lot of
Taoiseach.
experience as a businessman. How
Ugh.
can the state
Yeah, weird.
build tens of thousands of houses at speed?
You know why they have a housing crisis? Because they're doing so well. They can't produce houses fast enough. That's a good problem, not a bad problem.
That's a very good answer, President.
Congratulations. No, it's true.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU, Mr. President? Mr. President, will you
Everybody should have that problem. That's okay.
will you put
They're
more
gonna
tariffs
do-
on the EU?
I know this gentleman. He'll get it solved.
Will you put more tariffs on the EU? Will you respond to their retaliation?
Oh, of course I'm going to respond.
You will
The
retaliate with
problem
more
is our
tariffs.
country didn't respond. Look, the EU was set up in order to take advantage of the United States.
Including Ireland? Is Ireland taking advantage of the US?
Of course they are. I can't, you know, I have great respect for Ireland and what they did, and they should have done just what they did. But the United States shouldn't have let it happen. We had stupid leaders. We had leaders that didn't have a clue. Or let's say they weren't business people, but they didn't have a clue what was happening. And all of a sudden, Ireland has, you know, our pharmaceutical companies and other, this beautiful island of 5 million people has got the entire U.S. pharmaceutical industry in its grasp. And, you know, you mentioned housing and you mentioned other things. I mean, I have property in Ireland, as you know, and I love it. It does great. But I'd like to see the United States not have been so stupid for so many years, not just with Ireland, with everybody. You know, I looked at trade deals. I was telling the group yesterday, I looked at trade deals in term one. It's one of the reasons I decided I had to do this, because somebody had to straighten it out, and I didn't see anybody that was going to. I looked at trade deals that were so bad, I'd actually say, how is it possible that this could have happened? Who would have been so stupid to let these deals happen? For instance, when the pharmaceutical companies started to go to Ireland, I would have said, that's okay if you want to go to Ireland, I think it's great. But if you want to sell anything into the United States, I'm going to put a 200% tariff on you. So you're never going to be able to sell anything into the United States. You know what they would have done? They would have stayed here.
Are you planning to lower corporate taxes to match?
He's so lucky that I wasn't.
Are you planning
He's
to,
so
sir,
lucky.
are you planning to lower corporate taxes to match Ireland? Are you
But
planning to lower corporate taxes to match Ireland? to
Well, we
ensure
are,
that
we
it
are
is-
planning to lower taxes, yeah, if the Democrats behave, but the Democrats have no clue. You saw that the other night during the speech. 2 young women were slaughtered by illegal aliens. 1 young man has very serious cancer and many other problems. We look at the people up there, they all had difficulty, very serious difficulty. But when we're talking about 2 young girls, beautiful young girls, Lake and Riley, you know the whole story. That evening was a disaster for the Democrats, in my opinion. And I would mention, and I'd see 2 mothers that were inconsolable as they stood, crying. Their daughters have been absolutely just destroyed, killed, viciously killed. And the young man who loves the police departments, he had cancer and has cancer, very bad cancer. There wasn't from people sitting there, Democrats, there wasn't a hand clap. Nobody stood. They were just stone-faced. These people are sick. There's something wrong with them. There was no standing for anybody. The only thing they liked is when they heard about the death taking place with Ukraine. They were happy about that. They were happy about that. Pocahontas was very happy. She's the one that was slapped. That's why I looked at her. I said, oh, it's Pocahontas. These people are sick. They don't know what's happening in the real world. The Democrats have to get their act together. And if they don't vote, then what you're going to do is you're going to have taxes that are going to go through the roof. You're going to have a very bad time. You're going to have some very bad things happen. And people are going to blame the Democrats. And Schumer is a Palestinian, as far as I'm concerned. He's become a Palestinian. He used to be Jewish. He's not Jewish anymore. He's a Palestinian. Okay.
On tariffs, there's been a lot of on and off, some inconsistency.
There's no inconsistency, only with NBC, which is one of the worst networks on television, by the way. Let me just tell you the inconsistency. I have the right to adjust. And I was called by the automakers, as an example, General Motors, Ford, etc., the big 3, the big 4, and they asked me to do them a favor. Could I delay it for a period
Does
of
it
4
just say
weeks?
all the words that flow
So
through
that
his
they're
dumb
not driven
brain?
to
Yeah.
A little bit of a disaster for them. They actually love what I'm doing, but they had a problem. And I'm not like a block that just, I won't delay. I have.
How
it's
is
called
any of this
flexibility. It's not called
bullish? I don't
inconsistency.
think it
It's called
is.
flexibility. And
May
I think
ask
you want me to
right
be
then, sir,
flexible too.
Is flexibility going to be your ongoing view towards?
Sure, I'll always have flexibility, but there will be very little flexibility once we start. April 2nd is going to be a very big day for the United States of America. The United States of America is going to take back a lot of what was stolen from it by other countries and by, frankly, incompetent U.S. leadership, grossly incompetent. I gave you an example of Ireland. I would have never let that happen. Impossible for that to have happened. But we're going to take back our wealth, and we're going to take back a lot of the companies that left are coming back. If you haven't read, we have the biggest computer chip company ever, has virtually all of the market. I didn't call them, they called me. And they called for 2 reasons. Number one, we had a great election of somebody that they want running the country. And we won in a big mandate. We won every swing state. We won by millions of votes. We won by 2,750 districts to 500. Think of that, 2,750 districts to 500. That's why the map, when you looked at it, was entirely red, meaning Republican. Not meaning communist, meaning Republican. So anyway, look, this country needed somebody to defend it. It's
That was
this big,
pretty funny. In
beautiful
all
place that was
seriousness,
being
thought it was
ripped
disturbing
off
how many
by,
national level politicians
illegal
have dual
immigrants coming in
citizenship
from
with
prisons,
Israel.
coming in from
For those of us
mental
normies with
institutions,
clearance, it's not
gang members,
allowed.
gang leaders, drug dealers, pouring into our country with the open borders.
They need to be able to get there for
I am so angry
the
at the last 4 years of what they've done to our country. What they've done to this country between inflation.
second
maybe
coming
the
of
most
the
that bothers
Antichrist.
me is that they would allow millions of people to come into our country that are stone cold murderers, killers, drug dealers, the worst gang members, the worst people allowed into our country. And we're now getting them out. We're going to get them out. We're getting them out. I want to thank Tom Homan, by the way. He's doing a great job. And I want to thank Christy Noem, who's doing a fantastic job. This is a job that's so unnecessary. This should have never happened. This should have never happened. So we're bringing back our country in many ways, not only financially, and financially we'll be stronger than ever before. I think the markets are going to soar when they see what's happening. I'll tell you what, I'm called every day by numerous big companies. I spoke at the Business Roundtable yesterday. They had the largest attendance they've ever had. And these are only the CEOs and chairmen, but mostly the people that run, the boss, the people that run the top 150 companies. 150 people showed up. Every single company showed up. First time it ever happened. It's been around a long time. The biggest business leaders. We had a great discussion. Went really
Once you
well.
hit the bottom, there's nowhere to go but
There's
up.
tremendous optimism out there about our country in terms of regulations being cut.
How can you even
in
listen
terms
to
of
him
taxes
speak and
being
say,
cut.
yeah, that's
And
my
It
guy?
would be great if the Democrats would do what's right. It would be great if the Democrats.
Have you
would do
met
what's
the
right
average
for our country
person?
For a change, because they really are. They've lost their way. They've lost their way. They think that people pouring into our country from prisons, jails, murderers. We have 11,088 murderers that were allowed into. People that murdered people.
I must have the gap
half
filled
of
on
which
the upside
murdered more
here.
than one person in our country.
Put
Who would
Ivy is
allow-
getting
but who would
kind of
allow it?
crazy.
Who would allow this to happen? Who would allow men to play in women's sports? And they're still fighting it. They're still, it's got to be a 95% issue. But they're on television this morning. I see this person, a Democrat, say, we should have the right. No. Men should not be, they're hurting women. They're hurting women very badly. They're hurting women. And they should not, and they're also demeaning women. But who would want these things? And everything's transgender. Everybody transgender. That's all you hear about. Now, that's why we won the election in record numbers. But very importantly, now it is what it is. The Democrats should get with us and come up with good tax policy so that Ireland and other countries can't take our businesses away from us. And he understands exactly. You guys did the right thing. I'm not upset with you. I respect what you've done. You've done a great job. But our people did a very bad job.
How advanced are your plans to try and bring some of those companies back to America? And will you be briefing?
Well, I'd love to have him back. I'd love to have him back, but he'll be fighting me on it.
I mean, what I would say, President, if I could, 1 second, just make the point. It's a two-way street too, and we are investing a lot more in America now. And people may not realize, but Ryanair, one of our biggest airlines, for example,
I'll trade.
AirCap,
I'll trade.
they buy more. The two of them together buy more Boeing airplanes than anybody else outside
That's
of
good.
America. That's a little known fact. It doesn't turn up in the statistics, but Ryanair and AirCap, big aircraft leasing company, Irish company, have done great work with Boeing and huge
They've
investments
done a
over the
good
last
job.
couple of years, you know. So, and there's a lot of Irish companies here now, about 700 and odd Irish companies based in America. Glanbia, Smurford, Rock, I was saying to you this morning, Vice President. A lot of them
Jesus
trading
fucking Christ, would this fail already?
That's only fair. I mean, that's correct.
That's right.
That's the way it should happen. And I think it's a very good relationship we have. It's a historic one. It's happened over time. We've added value to American companies. We've increased our value. They've got access to the European market, and they did all of that. I understand where you're coming from fully. But I think it's a relationship that we can develop and that will endure into the future and will change, it will adapt,
is true.
and you're evolving and you're doing things.
And they've done a very good job. Now, I just will say this, but with all that we've said, we can talk about Ryanair. There's
This
a
position,
massive
some of the bot calls are
deficit.
closing out. Yeah,
I
they're
don't mean by
taking
a little bit.
profits.
I mean, there's a massive deficit that we have
But
with
interest is a little
with other
split.
countries.
Like there's some
We'll
call
work together with
buyers
all the
out at
nations,
like
and we'll work together. We're going to work together.
56.30.
The deficit is
56.45. But then also to the downside, there's a lot of put buyers. Like Ivy's getting pretty elevated around like 70,
Yeah.
95.
We can, but I hope it's not going to be necessary. Sure, we can pressure.
So-
We can do that with Russia.
I don't know.
Remember this,
I don't know which way it'll go.
Russia took Georgia.
I think it's slightly
From Bush,
favored to the
right?
downside,
They
but
took,
that could shift.
Crimea from a man named Obama, Barack Hussein Obama, right? They're trying to take the whole thing from Biden. They're going for the whole ball of wax. Who was the only one that never took anything from? Trump. And in fact, I'm the one that stopped Nord Stream 2, the pipeline, the biggest pipeline anywhere in the world. I stopped it. It was dead. And then Biden got in and he approved it. Nobody mentions that. What I did to Russia was very tough. I was the toughest ever. But nope, they never took anything from me. They took them from Obama and Bush, and they took it from Sleepy Joe Biden. With Biden, they wanted to take the whole country, but I think I've stopped that, but we'll see. But yeah, there are things you could do that wouldn't be pleasant in a financial sense. I can do things financially that would be very bad for Russia. I don't want to do that because I want to get peace. I want to see peace, and we'll see. But in a financial sense, yeah, we could do things very bad for Russia. It would be devastating for Russia, but I don't want to do that because I want to see peace. And we're getting close to maybe getting something done. We've got Ukraine done, and as you know, I've always said that Ukraine might have been the more difficult party. You were here a week ago when some interesting things happened. I had somebody that didn't seem to want peace. Now he's agreed to peace. So we'll see what happens. Brian? Brian?
Yes, thanks.
Thank you.
First, we'll congratulate you on your lower inflation core rates.
Thank you.
Gas prices going down, airline prices going down. This is for the Irish.
What does ceasefire put Russia into a depression?
Well,
They're already in one.
You look great.
Thank you.
Nice to.
That's it. Now you feel good.
Knuckleballer, what's up, dude?
Next.
Ran on MAGA,
Sorry?
Make America Great Again. If you could run on MEGA, Make Ireland Great Again, what would your number one issue be for people in Ireland right now to make your country stronger? And I've got a two-part question to that as well.
Yeah. The number one issue in Ireland is housing, to be honest, and I think it was correctly pointed out. We've got to build more houses. We've got to build them faster to give the young people of Ireland an opportunity to afford to buy a house or to afford to rent a house. We have a lot of other good things happening. That's my number one priority.
Wonderful.
Are you trying to
And my
service
second
the
part
president?
question to this, Ireland is known for very happy, fun-loving people, great attitude, many in this room right now that I've met. Why in the world would you let Rosie O'Donnell move to Ireland? I think she's gonna lower your happiness level.
That's true. Thank you. I like that question.
Mr.
Do you know you have
President,
Rosie O'Donnell? Do you know who she is?
Do
you know who she is?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
You're better off
Fully, you're
not.
joking.
You're better off not knowing.
Prime Minister, are you expecting to inform the president your views on Gaza, considering that you have diametrically opposed positions on the state of Palestine? Your country is one of three in Europe that recognizes the state of Palestine.
Jesus fucking Christ, Gherkin. We need you to get a press pass. Yeah, but if I get a press pass, I'm gonna get into like one of these, and then I'll never be allowed back in again.
Again, unrelenting focus on peace. And he's envoying, the president himself, as soon as he came into office, went to get a ceasefire. We've been calling for a ceasefire.
They're giving them away like candy.
We wanted to consolidate the peace.
Worth it.
Hostages out. I've been saying it from day one. It's a horrific thing to do to take someone as a hostage. And I went to Kibbutz Be'eri after October the 7th in solidarity with Israel, and that gets forgotten. And I went a week or two afterwards. I saw the kibbutz. It was a shocking thing to see, even though it was a week or two after the horror. It was a village. You could see life going on prior to the attack. It was something that will not leave me. And I've been interested in the Middle East for a long, long time. It's complex, and it's all of that. But we do desperately need hostages out, all of them. It's far too long. Let me finish, please. And then we need a ceasefire. We need to consolidate that. We need a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza. Because again, there's too many children and too many people starving and so on. Just too many. And it's that humanitarian impulse is what motivates the Irish in respect of its views. And I've always been of the view, it's been our view that a two-state solution would be ideal. It's become much more challenging and difficult as time has moved on. But that has always been our position. But it's genuinely to have people, because we've gone through this. We discussed this prior to you coming in. We've been through some of this. People hating each other, terrible acts of violence carried out on each other. We came through it. It's our earnest hope that Arab and Jewish people can live side by side. And I've met with people, parents of children who were killed on both sides, called Parent Circle in
But what
Israel,
about the
and they
president's-
work to try and bring people together. It's difficult work.
What
but,
about the president's
yeah.
plans to expel Palestinians out of Gaza? Are you discussing that with him and giving him your?
Nobody's expelling any Palestinians. I don't know, who are you with?
I'm with Voice of America, sir.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, voice of.
Can you just ask Taoiseach how he feels about the president just saying that he would like to take back US companies, pharma companies based in Ireland?
Well, I think the pharmaceutical companies in Ireland are doing very well, as the President has outlined. Again, I think it's about that two-way partnership. I understand fully where the President is coming from. I think there's actually room, now we can discuss all this, I think there's room for those companies to grow in America, and many of them, by the way, have already announced very significant manufacturing investments now.
It's true, just
in,
recently.
Like people like Eli Lilly, for example, who have been a long-standing presence in Ireland since the 1970s. I spoke to the CEO recently.
He's great.
Great guy. And he's announced, I think, about a $50 billion investment in America.
Plans, new plans.
But there's big investment, they've had big investment in Ireland. Ireland has served them well too, The workforce is very strong. It's an educated workforce. They've delivered well. During COVID-19, a number of CEOs said to me, a lot of the plants in Ireland were the only plants that never closed for a single day during COVID. Not a single day. Productivity is good and so on like that. But look, there'll be swings around.
Mr. President, thank you so much. You spoke to Vladimir Putin for quite a while on the
Yes.
phone. I want to know your assessment. When you take this deal to him now, how do you assess the chances of Putin?
I have no assessment, and I don't go by chances. I think it makes sense for Russia, a lot of downside for Russia too. And we have a very complex situation solved on one side, pretty much solved. We've also discussed land and other things that, go with it. We're not just doing it and saying ceasefire. We don't know what's happening. We know the areas of land we're talking about, whether it's pulled back or not pulled back. We've discussed a lot of the details of what has to go because we don't want to
do a bit of
wasting
resistance
time.
at 20
We don't want to
again.
be wasting time while people are dying. I mean, as we're sitting here, you probably had 2 people die on that very open field. It's dead flat. It's great farmland, and it's dead flat. There's no protection. The only thing that stops a bullet is a human body. And these are bodies that are young people, and they're stopping a lot of bullets because a lot of bullets are flying across those level fields. Dead flat, no protection whatsoever. It is a disaster.
Not this shit again.
And so I hope he's going to have a ceasefire.
You are using the American leverage to get a lot of political issues that.
Well, I don't want to get into that, but if I had to, I'm the only one that's dealt with them successfully. Everyone else, I went through it. Bush didn't deal with them successfully, dealt with them terribly, got ripped off. And Obama was a disaster. They have with Obama, he gave them sheets, and I gave them anti-tank missiles. Called Javelin. You know the Javelin? I'm the one that gave them the Javelins. People don't say that. And then they say, oh, Trump has a great relationship with Russia. I'm the one that gave him the Javelins. Obama gave him sheets. That's an expression. He gave sheets, I gave Javelins.
It's not an expression. It's your expression that you made up 3 weeks ago. He has to have dementia.
I think the Irish love Trump. We won the Irish with a tremendous amount of vote. I want to thank you very much. We won in the 80s with Irish. I got the Irish vote. I think I have it locked up pretty good unless I did something very stupid, like drained your company, your wonderful place of all of its companies. If I drained Ireland of all of the companies, maybe I'd lose the Irish vote. I don't know. But right now, no. I love it. I've been there many times, as you know.
Yes.
And we don't want to do anything to hurt Ireland. We want to, but we do want fairness, and he understands that. No, that's enough, Kelly. Thank you.
President, was there anything that the teacher could say to you today that would dissuade you from going ahead with 25%?
I can't hear.
Mr. President, it's Irish American Appreciation Month, you've named it there. Who's your favourite Irish person?
Oh, there's so many. Are you kidding me? Well, I do happen to like your fighter. He's Well, he's got the best tattoos I've ever seen. I don't know if I'm a big, but that,
Conor
Is it Conor
McGregor,
McGregor?
is it?
Joe Biden?
Connor.
boy, you have, well, Connor's great, right? You know, talking about Connor, but you have a lot of great Irish fighters, actually, great fighters. I don't know what that is, but Ireland's always had a lot of good fighters. You know why? Because they're tough people. They're smart people and they're passionate people. And they really have been over the years. So many. I think your father was a great fighter, right?
He was, you did,
Wow.
right.
And yet, look at you. You're so smooth and so.
He was a very good defensive boxer.
He
could weave.
He was a really good.
He was a good boxer, yeah.
Right,
He
yeah,
fought for
I heard
Ireland,
that.
boxed for Ireland, and
Yeah.
boxed
That
some
means
very
you
good guys.
genetically, I'm not going to mess around.
Do you call any Irish golfers?
Okay, let's a couple of more from somebody that didn't ask a question. Yeah, please go ahead.
Mr. President, should Apple go back to the US from Ireland?
Who?
Apple?
Oh, Apple's been treated very badly. Look, Apple had tremendously bad luck. I thought they had a very good lawsuit, but they lost
we fought with them.
$16 billion. $16 billion, and they're after a lot of our American companies. See, that's what's unfair. It's a European Union. I'm not blaming you. I'm blaming the European Union. The European Union's
Man, I wish I had an Irish or Scottish accent. Just practice.
16, 17 billion dollars.
It's not that hard.
That I didn't think was a good lawsuit. No, that's not good. No, the European, we have a problem with the European Union.
Yeah,
They
we
don't
were
take
talking
our
about AGL
farm
earlier.
products. They don't take our cars.
Looks interesting.
We take millions of cars, BMWs and Mercedes-Benz and Volkswagens and everything. We take millions of cars. I said to Angela Merkel at the time, I said, Angela, how many Chevrolets do we have in the middle of Munich? Why, none. I said, you're right, we have none. That's the way it is, we have none. No, I'm not happy with the European Union, I want to tell you.
Will you put tariffs
And
on
we're going to
cars?
win that. We're going to win that financial battle. It's a
Tariffs
financial
on
battle.
European cars, Mr. President? Tariffs on European cars, is that something you're going to consider?
Oh, absolutely, I will do that, yeah.
Mr. President,
Think of it, they have millions of cars coming in, millions and millions of cars. One of, probably the largest. Japan's very big too. But, and they don't accept our cars. We make great cars. They don't have our cars, but we have their cars. They don't have our farm products. We have the greatest farmers in the world. They don't accept our farm products, and we accept theirs. So, you know, things are going to change unless they do what they have to do. And they know what they have to do. This is not going to be a tough battle. In my opinion, not going to be tough. Just like when Ontario charged us, everybody said, oh, they just charged. I said, this will be one in 1 hour. And they announced what we were going to do, and they withdrew their little threat. And what they don't say in Canada is that 270%, have you ever heard that? We have tariffs on dairy products from Canada of 270%, going up to 400%. You never hear that. Canada's absolutely one of the worst. And we, when I say worst in terms of charging tariffs. Their dairy products, they charge our farmers 240, 250, 270, and 400%, okay? Think of that for dairy product. And we charge them like peanuts. You know why? Because we've been improperly
We're up
warned for
over
so many
20.
years. I had that all settled in my
Breakout.
first term. But then, of course, Biden, you know, he let everything go to hell. One of the things we did is we took from China hundreds of billions of dollars, and I have great respect for President Xi. But he understood that. He understood it was a one-way street, and you can't have a one-way street. Okay? One more question.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Say it.
Can you say which countries you might target in your next travel ban?
Wouldn't that be a stupid thing for me to say? I said, which countries am I going to target for the next travel ban?
As part of the
Can you believe somebody would ask that question?
as part of the
Tariffs specifically you're going to put on Ireland?
Well, we're going to talk. We're going to be talking really to the European Union. You know, I will tell you this one little.
We make
end of
garbage
this.
cars. Yeah, we
So I have
do.
a property, a big property in Ireland that you know well. It's one of the most highly rated.
There's
hotels in
resistance all the way
It's
up,
beautiful.
though? No, there isn't.
Doonbeg. It's a beautiful 600 acres on the ocean, and everybody knows it. And we have a beautiful hotel. And
It's
I was
also
gonna
pretty
do a project
flat.
there. It's
Gamma-
a big
Gamma
expansion
pushes
of-
up into
of it. This was
5650.
when I was a civilian, before the presidency, before I even thought about the presidency. But I was going to do a really beautiful expansion of because it does very well. And I got the approvals from Ireland so quickly. They were so professional. They wanted it. You know, it's economic development, it's jobs, it's construction jobs, a big expansion, beautiful expansion. But I was told something that bothered me. They said, sir, you also have to get approved by the European Union. I said, why do I have to go to the European Union to expand a hotel that's in Ireland? They said, well, that's the way it is. I say, well, shouldn't that go fast? They said, no, it'll take at least 7 years. You gave me the approval in about 4 weeks. It was a beautiful professional. If you took 4 years, you wouldn't have done a better job. You know, everything was done environmentally, everything. There's no reason to take very long. I had everything from Ireland in 4 weeks. And then I hired somebody. He said the process will be from 5 to 7 years. And I said, oh, really? And then I found out that they weren't playing games. Now think about how bad that is for your country. So that was my first experience with the European Union, and I dropped the project. I just said, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to go 7 years to expand something. But I have to, I'll hand it to Ireland. You were so professional, so good. But I don't know why. European Union had to approve it. Yeah. And with them, it was deal. And that's the European Union. So it was a very bad experience I had.
Just say, President, you have the distinction of being, I think, the only president that has physically invested in Ireland.
That's
through
good.
your Doing Big.
And it's been a good investment.
And I mean, for anybody, you should go there. It's just stunning.
I love this.
No, I mean, even if you don't play golf, I mean, it is a stunning landscape.
Yeah.
Your people have restored it very well, and our people are going to continue to work with you on that piece to do it all sort of effectively and so on like that.
They've had a great relationship.
But it is and the local people. My local councillor, Rita McInerney, texted me last week to say, tell President Trump to thank his family for the way they've worked with the local community and for the work that they've done.
I love Rory. I think Rory's great. He's a great golfer. He just won 2 weeks ago. He's a great guy. I played golf with him 3 weeks ago. And he's really a fantastic player. He's in good form, too. When he played with me, he played very well, I can tell you. No, Rory certainly is one of the favorites. He's always going to be one of them. He's a very talented guy. He's a very good person, too.
Are you planning to visit Dubai, Mr. President?
I will. I'll get there sometime. I hope soon. In fact, if we meet, we'll meet at Doonbeck. Okay, I would love it. But I hope to be able to get there.
Mr. President, does America have a future in NATO?
What's that?
Does America have a future in NATO?
Well, NATO has to treat us fairly. If they pay their bills and if they do what they're supposed to do. When I first got involved with NATO, as you know, they weren't paying their bills. There were 28 countries, and most of them weren't paying. And I got them to pay. And they paid billions and billions of dollars. I made a certain statement that I'm not going to be involved with NATO unless you're going to pay your bills. And I was asked a question. If we don't pay, are you going to help us? I said, no, if you don't pay, you're saying you're delinquent, a real estate term. You're delinquent. You're not paying your rent. You're not paying your bills. If you're not paying your bills, I'm not going to help. And everybody we took in.
Yeah, U.S. cars aren't practical in Europe. They're all way too big.
He was very generous to me. He said,
they're too big and not fuel efficient enough.
Money came in by the billions and billions and billions of dollars, and NATO became much stronger. Now, NATO's expended a lot of that money in fighting this horrible war.
Yeah.
It's too bad they had to do that. But they had the money from me. I was the one that got people to pay. The countries, most of the countries were not
Trump
paying,
wouldn't know
they were
anything
paying
about
a very
skipping
small
out on bills.
So we'll see. But NATO can be a force for the good, absolutely.
Would you like to see Ireland join NATO, Mr. President?
That's up to Ireland.
Would you think Ireland and the EU are too close? Do you think that perhaps, like you
We
said,
are very close.
No, Ireland and the EU. Do you think there's too close a relationship there? Do you think there needs to be a
What American car brands making smaller cars for Europe for ages, though? Yeah, some of them.
Well, look, I could
Not
just
all
tell
of
you
them
about my
have
personal experience that Ireland treated
exposure
me
to
very
the
well.
European market, but most of them do.
They stopped really a magnificent addition. It wasn't a big deal from the standpoint of the world. It wasn't like the things we're talking about now, but it would have been a very beautiful addition.
European gas
And they
octane is
stopped
also
it, which
very
is bad
high
for
compared to what
Ireland.
our cars are tuned for.
I don't know why it would take
I don't think that makes that much
5
of a
to 7
difference.
years to get something approved, but that's what it was. Thank you all very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We're headed out. All right, headed out right behind you, right behind you. Right through this door. Thanks, guys. This way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. I should have.
Thank you, Mr.
All right. I love when kilohertz. It's the best. $5,700. It's still pretty far out of reach. If bulls can kind of get over the resistance here, maybe. I don't know. It's like interest is still kind of split. It's not like the bear side of this is given up substantially anywhere. And like the call sellers have more of an impact up here. There's calls being bought above spot, like all the way out to 56.65. Above that though, I don't know. And to get there, we need a break above 35. Sold calls at 35. There's also bot puts right below us, so we're dealing with issues from both of those. And we're kind of right in between them. There's a big pile of bot calls at 25. And then there's bot puts, like, still down at 5,600, 5,605. There's some bot puts at 56.25, 40. There's a shitload of sold calls at 35. So, I don't know. Right now, the resistance we have to the upside is the bot calls. We're having a hard time getting above them. I mean, that's the thing, is the Bears don't have to do a lot of work to knock this down. The Bulls have to do far more to push it up. And if we keep sitting here under 50, like 56.50, Charm's gonna start to become more and more of a problem. So like yesterday, the Bears can just kind of win on patience alone. Why don't I have a coin? Huh. Is Charm more of a problem because this is a bot call rally? Yeah, because the out of the money calls will decay to 0, which means the market maker will sell their hedge. So, and there's a bunch of out of the money bot calls. So the in the money sold puts, of which there are a few, far more further dated and above spot, which are also decaying, but yeah, the 0 DTE on the 0 DTE side, the bot calls are also an issue if they don't go in the money. If they go in the money, then they become more supportive. I think we've already got our huge pump. I mean, we're up pretty substantially from the low of the day. $74, right? 1.1.3, like 135 BPS. I mean, bears are in control of this all the way until we can get above delta neutral. And even then, bulls aren't completely in control, but they have a lot more flexibility. They won't be getting crushed by the market maker every time they try to push up. Lost support at 20 again. Seems like there's some outsized demand on puts down by like 55.85. How's futures doing? It's kind of starting to distribute out also. Doesn't look so great. Left a gap to the upside again. Hmm. Alright, just give me a sec. Can Tesla 230s next week? Can Tesla go to the 230s next week with the current positioning? How much is it up today? Bounce back like 8%. 280. I don't know, I think Tesla's far more likely to continue up on the reversal. Plenty of room outs at like 300. So doing a very good job catching the knife here. So it's 2 o'clock now. It's done. Uber Eats. Let's see if we get support on the Delta flip. Might not. Ball's still kind of continuing up. ES is getting fairly close to retesting view up. Thank you for calling out our room to run after 5570. Yeah, no problem. We also have room to run if we fail 5600 to the downside. The gamma flip's pretty important right now. Great for my dead 5600 puts. Well, less dead now, but they were dead. Yes, lost VWAP. $80, and then after 80, maybe like 65, 50. It's like the same shit every day. Yeah, no major downside support till 5560, 5550. There's bot calls to the upside here that just went out of the money, but fewer of them than there were, and the bot puts are now in the money. at 5,600. Jamie Dimon says the European economy is harmed by overregulation. And he said Germany's spending plan is bold. And he also said tariffs are causing uncertainty, and I'm seeing some weakening in the economy and negative sentiment. Ooh, Trump administration plans to reverse Biden-era soot emission limits on U.S. coal plants. Nice. BTU. Nope, BTU did not like that. Down 7% today. Beautiful, clean coal. He's trying. He's really trying to pump BTU. Yep. Fuck, I got stopped out of like half my puts. Son of a bitch. Yeah. Spool's pushing here if no support. I'm kind of sliding back up the bot calls a little bit. I'm not sure it'll reverse the sell-off. But we might retest like the gamma flip. Then we'll see. Fail or continue up. There's a gap to the upside around 56.10 that we left on the way down. It's like right here. Some vol short coming in. That's the test. Yeah. Still bought puts here, though. I don't think too many of the 5,600 puts took profit. No. There's still a bunch of puts at 5,600. Starting to pick up some 55.85, 55.80 puts as well. Yes, rejected a little off of the VWAP test on the 5-minute. Falling back towards 5,600. Not a rejection yet, unless we lose. Okay. I was gonna say 97. So, rejection on the upside test. Support should still be mostly at 80, not 85, so maybe we get a lower low. They sell any of the 85? No. Not really. Does the data print that came out just matter? Budget gap? Kinda does. Because we haven't passed a budget. Federal budget's current balance is negative 307 billion. $40 drop was the budget news. Budget news came out about 5 minutes ago. Like the bottom of the drop. Still have half of my 5,600 puts. Want to buy more? No, probably not. Hmm. Levitt's talking. What the fuck is their resistance at 85? It wasn't there earlier. They sold the 90 put on the drop. There's also bot calls at 95, 5600, and 5605 still. So while we've slipped below most of that gamma, not all of it. If you look at gamma here between like 90 and 5610, it's very like price can move through this range really easily. So a little bounce can move us all the way up. A little rejection can move us all the way back down. And then 85 is like a tiny bit of support. It's not a ton. I think it's more just that there's not a lot of positioning at 85 than that it's like actually a support level. Any volumetric move will blow it out. So far everything on like futures and stuff has been fairly low volume today. Kind of boring. Is 5600 a synthetic long now? No. Let's see. Out into Friday. No, it's like bot puts and bot calls mostly. Honestly, for such a big strike, positioning at it's pretty flat. So I would just say 5600's heavily contested more than it is direct, more than it has any kind of directional bias. If you go to further expirations, possibly it picks one up. It's a little bit sold put, sold call. So yeah, still even out into the OPEX, it's still pretty just flat. This whole range is really contested, from like 65 all the way out to like 65. So like that whole $100 range isn't really heavily biased in either direction. Might have to trade here for a bit to get realized vol under control. Rejecting the gamma flip again is not a great look. Neither was testing it 3 times before we failed it. Before we bounced $20 and then failed it, to be more specific. I think bulls are trying to hold on to 5600 for the charm. But really, they probably need to get 5610. Honestly, they need it higher. None of the prices down here are particularly good. They definitely don't want it falling, though. If it falls, they will get crushed. See all these like little calls here? These are mostly bot calls here in the money. Some sold puts, but not a shitload. And then But it's these like out of the money calls that are fucking gonna fuck them. So like losing 5680, 5670 is pretty bad. And it seems like they would ideally want it back above like 5620 or higher. And speed kind of swings both ways from spot. So if we break above like 5603, we could go all the way back to 20 pretty quick. Yeah. Mm, 10. There's a little resistance, I guess, at 10. There's also an upside gap at 10 that hasn't been filled. Unwise to bet against the bulls here. I think it's maybe just unwise to bet here, unless you're betting on like a confirmation. Like there's a little opportunity to play like the 5603 to 5610 breakout. It's not very profitable, but it's like almost too risky to try to play 20. Hmm. $90.85 is where vol starts to move up. You could try to play a gamma flip failure to the downside. I don't think straddling spot's worth it with where prices are at right now. And the chances of us like closing somewhere between 59.90 and 56.10 is also really high. Yeah, I'm not sure I like anything here, really. No, we're not unlikely. I mean, there's a very good chance that we just fall back to 90. Like this whole range is just wide open. Anything you bet on here is just like a coin flip. It's like a coin flip that would land on bulls 52% of the time. I just wouldn't play this. Like the short at 20 was good once it started getting rejected, but this is trash. It's bearish consolidation, so it's got to break up in a negative gamma environment. And then if it does, there's resistance $5 above spot, and then another $15 above spot. Larry Fink said that he saw economics slow down. They really want to fill that gap. Woo! I made 75 cents. Nice. Oh, I hate this. How much is a condor? Ugh. Hmm. Do the 5600 condor 20 wide for 10 bucks. That's a coin flip too. Well, kind of a coin flip. Dog shit. Inverse iron condor. Why? We're most likely to close between 55.80 and 56.20. So 27.80. Nope, that's garbage. The butterfly, on the other hand, not as bad. Max profits, like, 1580. Max loss 420. No, it did 20 wide. 20 wide butterfly. Hmm. The only thing, no, maybe. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I could cut it if we get over 10 or under 90. Holy fucking shit, this is dull. The moment you buy that condo argument, VIX is instantly going to 30. I know. That's why I like the butterfly better. Sell 70 by 60. No, no. I like the butterfly. Sell the 5600. And then buy the 580 and the 620. How would you feel about right here, Gherk? Too many times to count. Yeah, today's really. I think we had all our fun this morning. We need a breakout, either under 80 or over 20 for anything exciting to happen. This range is it's too split. Sell the low half first, walk into the high half. I mean, yeah, it's probably how you do it here. Maybe I could directionally bias it a little bit. Let's have the gap fill. Boop. Idiot trade? Probably. Fucked if it goes above 25 though. Well, I guess I could cut it. But, like. Mm. No, my mic's on the desk. Just fucking with this. Are bulls gonna rug it? They could. It's all still bot calls holding this up. Doesn't look like anybody's buying too many puts right now, though. Hmm. Mm. Can you bring your cat on the desk so we can ask him questions? I want to know if he if he likes to stare deep into space, licking his chops, or he prefers to stare up at walls than trying to jump on stuff. He sleeps and covers his eyeballs on the air conditioning vents. Which is maybe a step up from sleeping. Oh, look, a rejection. How fun. Step up from sleeping under the couch. But he still mostly just sleeps under the couch. Yes, that's right. My allergies. No, not Jay Fresh. Asshole. I mean, my cat. Mr. Bigglesworth. It wasn't J-Paw, it was Hawkish Paws. Do you correct people when they say Saturday and refer to it as Catterday? I just wouldn't speak to that person anymore. They would be dead to me. Where's my beautiful volatility? The Head and Shoulders? There's a descending Head and Shoulders on ES. I'm not gonna walk my cat around the park. Have you ever tried to take a cat for a walk? It's an effort and futility. I tried once, it was weird. Yeah. They like try to like dart under shit and they like dig their claws into the ground and they don't want to move. Have you ever talked to someone who walks their cat? Yeah, I have. I've seen people doing it in New York City and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? That's pretty much the whole interaction. I have thoughts about those people, that they're retarded. I once saw a woman walking peacock when living in Bushwick. Like the bird? Walking a peacock. Okay. Okay. That should be in national news for trying to fly it out of JFK. 4 yield on Vol's dropping really fast. It's been going pretty much straight down all day. I think it hit a peak of 25% at like 4 in the morning. And then I guess that's yesterday at 4 in the morning. Overnight high looks like it was 19. Now it's at 11. Still very elevated, but yields are going up. And my UB short's finally in the money. That shit's expensive. It's like they don't want regular people to be able to short treasuries for some reason. My cat Toe Pesci loves going for walks. Who wants to be cooped up in the house all day? I mean, you could just let him loose and devastate the local songbird population. Birds could have bird flu, though, and cats can get it. Yeah, that's a potential risk. Breaking up a little. Bulls start winning all these little battles and they might win the war. Have a call, I'm ready. Say more things that make me bullish. Like what? What makes you bullish? What does it mean when you talk about the forward yields on vol going down? There's a yield return on the convexity of volatility. So if volatility is in backwardation, there's a yield on the forward curve that we're measuring. When that yield is positive, it creates upside demand for volatility. I'm more confused now. You're welcome. He takes meds, and I'm scared he won't come back in time. Alright, fair enough. This is still like one of my favorite memes. How about puts to help your calls? I mean, that's technically what buying puts does. Because you made the MM short the puts out of the money. Hmm. I'm gonna put debit for tomorrow, thinking this is a Head and Shoulders. I should have known Head and Shoulders always break up. Which was a Head and Shoulders? We already failed the Head and Shoulders. Well, sort of. But there's no other. What else is a Head and Shoulders? I'm looking on the 15-minute. Where's there a fucking Head and Shoulders? Are you talking about the inverse Head and Shoulders? There's one back here. But that kind of just like failed. Didn't do anything fun at all. Why would you? You can't discount the wick. On the intraday? No. It was. It was until the right failed. So, for it to be, like, for it to be a Head and Shoulders, it was already invalidated. Here, I'll show you. It's like this. This was a shoulder head, but then it failed. So that invalidated it. If you want to get really technical, the right shoulder was here. Or you could have the little one that was inside that. And then that did actually fail back to the neckline. Yeah, this bigger one was invalidated. This is turning into like a... So what happens when Head and Shoulders loses the right shoulder like that and gets a lower low, is that you start to get a widening wedge, right? Megaphone. Which is also supported by the lack of positioning in that range. So the range is really wide because both based on price action and volume, but also because God damn it. Ugh, why is this being a little bitch? There's like no gamma. Like gamma's just gains and falls off in here really easily. So higher gamma here, low gamma here. And as you test the outer ranges of that mechanically, the gamma, like where the gamma is positioned, widens even more. Because people take profits on the tests. Where does this fail to? If it fails, I don't know, 80? Yeah. Yeah, it's because all the gamma here, like in the middle, this is being such a piece of shit. All the gamma that's here in the middle, every time it's crossed over, it sells off. And so you end up with no gamma there and all the gamma on the outside, which opens that range up to wider and wider moves. Because market participant behavior is super predictable. For the most part. It needs to lose 80 to fail. If we lose 80, we get sucked back into the JPM collar again. It seems like you did. So knowing all that, if we see where gamma is at GS, we can see where a megaphone may get stuck at between lines. Yeah. I mean, you can see it here, right? I mean, moneyness is having an effect on that, but like the gamma, you know, the resistance here and resistance down at 80. As you test the upside, I mean, you're gonna get more gamma closer to spot, and so the gamma here is gonna go up. But if it gets rejected and swings back down, then the gamma down here will move up as price moves lower. Like that gamma will move more negative. This is something Dork loves to call the saddle. T is not actually just psychological, but also a function of the curves of delta and gamma. No, delta and gamma, the curves of delta and gamma are reacted to by market participants in a specific way that saddle up. Yeah. I like half pipe. No what? Tail wags the dog. What if they're both tails? The dog has crossed the Rubicon. Hold on. Fucking ridiculous. What time is it? Do we have time to like go make a sandwich or something? What if I open another butterfly? So if I open the 600 butterfly and then a 650 butterfly. Hmm. If we're gonna get a pre-SLD pump, it's usually the back half of this week into the middle of next week. So like Thursday, Friday. Usually mostly Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Or we could stay down here until SLD and then everyone just gets margin called, which would be dope. Fine. Or we've crossed the Rubicon. SLD is not tomorrow. Hmm. I'm gonna move to France. Their inflation's at 1.3%. Also, all the food I eat is imported, so... No kings in France. Yeah, protests are legal. They've got bread, you know. Bread's pretty good. And croissants. Frog's legs? Better yet, frog's legs where the gender or sexual orientation of the frog hasn't come into question. Because no one cares. All the frogs in France are hella gay. It's not my place to judge them. Are the bullfrogs like the bear frogs and the, like, tree frogs, like twink frogs? Hold on. If yes, oh, damn it, you beat me to the poison dart frogs. That's on chicken scarpariello. It's gross. It's something served in shitty Italian restaurants because they are lazy and it's easy to make. Have you ever tried pickling something? It's not easy. You guys ever watch Kipper the dog on Nick Jr. like 2 days ago? Why? It's on Amazon. That show's peaceful as fuck. This isn't max profit for my butterfly. I don't like this shit. We're like a little bit above the delta flip. For now. Although, it's getting less supportive because the bulls are regging themselves. Someone is selling a shitload of vol, though. Are you like 23 and live with little siblings? No. I have a nephew, and then my old roommate had a kid. Like a, well, not like a kid, but like a baby. I have a nephew who's like 5. I don't know what you're talking about. The only children I have are 45-year-old men. Well, 30 to 45. I do think GS subs want all this live data for multiple tickers and WebSocket streaming stuff. Really? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Somebody still be in their 20s. No women, though? Hmm. Probably not. Fuck those guys. So you're telling me if I went to like dev.gamma strike, it would work? What's this little thing? Down here in the bottom left corner, Nuke. Should I click it? What if it's a virus? Is that a giant candle? Yeah. This is the most bearish thing I've ever seen. Perfection. Should I try something else? What about spy? Oh, it logged me out. Okay, never mind. I had to turn it off. So does that just mean you're trading Tesla? Oh shit. Tesla gonna dump back to fucking delta neutral? That looks bearish as fuck. Yeah, we could just keep this for ourselves. Just the people only want SPX. No, we want more than SPX. I can't hear you. I can't hear you over the gnashing of teeth. You can't hear me because you're reading it. It doesn't even have to be live, just a giant red static candle. Can you change your voice to Muppet mode, like the first second of your wrap-up video yesterday? Is the editor taking liberties? Makes me so fucking glad I didn't touch anything with prod live data. It would be so borked right now. Thanks, Popcorn. Now this is closer to max profit on my butterfly. Yeah, I want to close right here, or $3 lower. News? White House Economic Advisor Hassett, I expect U.S. GDP growth to be 2% to 2.5% in quarter one, Trump, FTC moves ahead with broad Microsoft antitrust probe. Trump is probing Microsoft. That's a stream card. Yeah, Bill Gates is a liberal. Gotta take him down. Given what Stormy told us, his probe won't get very far. Well, this isn't max profit. What are they pumping the money from Microsoft into after the Microsoft sellout? Tesla? No. Apple? Also no. AVGO? No. NVIDIA? Also no. Where's it going? AMD. I'm just kidding. Oh, it's okay. Microsoft's right back at spot again. How's Jimmy been doing through all of this? Not great, I imagine. No, looks like shit. Wow, still above $20? Unreal. I'm gonna order something to eat. What should I get? Oh yeah. Everything's so gappy. There's like no liquidity anywhere. I want to close right here. This is the perfect spot. I'm from down 1K to down $11 and closed. Nice. What do bears eat? Everything. They're omnivores. Hmm. Hmm. I did 55.70 in our position earlier. I actually set a 1% stop on it. So I thought I still had it, but no. Yeah, that makes sense. I wish I bought polar puts to help calls. I wish I sold more butterflies. That way, 5 minutes before close, when I'm at max profit, I can be like, look at this, and then it'll run $5 out of the range of profitability, as butterflies do. How do you think the rest of the week plays out? Hopefully better than this. I think today's uncertainty is Probably going to be resolved with the PPI print tomorrow. You'd gain a sick story to tell your finance bro friends? What? Can you give a sentence on the BBBY people if you're aware of them? I'm aware of them. They've been tricked by what I can only assume are people that don't have their best interests in mind into believing that somehow the stock that they owned that was deleted is somehow going to come back and make them rich, which is crazy. There's still BBBY people? Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't call them demons. PP Seeds is just a retard. And the other guy's just kind of crazy. I forget his name. There's a documentary about the BBBY people and how dumb they are. It was interesting. Wait, really? What's up, Russell? So it's like super stock. Well, no, it's not like super stock. Super stock owns stock in a company that's listed on an exchange that is not out of business. BBBY people, I'm not going to call them shareholders because they don't have any, don't actually have an asset to which they are ascribing value. The most hilarious thing about Bobby bag holders is that they think a new equity that gets issued will go to them instead of the open market. I think the BBBY story really encompasses everything that's bad about social media. You know, before social media, when companies would go bankrupt and the shareholders got obliterated, people would just go about with their lives. They'd be like, wow, that really sucked, you know? And, you know, maybe one or two of them would be like, well, what if? But they wouldn't be able to communicate that fucking idiocy to other people, right? And because of social media, that what if person can go make a post and he can find other morons that are also thinking what if, and then they can all get together and create an entire narrative that doesn't exist about this fantasy land in which their shares and equity are restored to them. It doesn't matter if he builds an Amazon competitor with Bobby and other companies. I mean, he's not capable of doing anything remotely that intelligent. But if he were, and that company someday went public, they wouldn't be giving shares back to people who held them through a fucking bankruptcy proceeding. That's how we got this president. It's life now. I know. I know. The internet destroyed mankind, and it had the potential to be so much more than click and rage bait. and, you know, data scraping. It really did. They did. They all found each other. And now, and then they can sit in their little echo chamber and they can draw other people in and grow in size. I can't tell if you're making fun of me or agreeing with me or giving your own take on it. Maybe all three. I didn't have any Bobby at any point, so it's probably not the first one. I just don't understand why people didn't sell when it was worth money. They were like, no, wait. I mean, I do, because there were people that actively tried to influence other people into holding the stock till it was fucking worthless. I was like, oh no, my cover calls. I don't even know anymore, nutmeg. I really don't. 20 something. You mean RC fucking around with his filings so that he could sell in after hours without actually releasing a notice? I sold my AMC and Bobby when it was worth money. My IQ is a humid 83. Yep, fuck that guy. He lost me like 50K. We still have some Ken Griffin memes. Kenny is ubiquitous throughout the market. He'll always have memes. He'll always be relevant and important. Oh my god, they really did make a documentary about the Bobby people. Made tons of money, lost that on Rev, so I stayed quiet. Well, here's the thing. No one did that with Revlon. No one was like, oh man, what if it comes back? No, because it was never going to. It's stupid. Revlon deserved to have its own cult. No, it didn't. It's not gonna get traded on an exchange with that attitude. Shut the fuck up, Bob Ross. Don't put that evil on me. When did they sell off? How low are we going? Well, hopefully back to 6,000, or somewhere between 5,580 and 5,620. Yeah, 5,600. BNet is the one true MOASS. That shit was awesome. GME's boring now. Get over it. It's been 4 years. BNet's down to 850? Ooh. It's getting close to my buy-in price. Did they put options back on that piece of shit yet? Yes? Ooh. And they're going to be profitable on the year? Maybe not. Nah, probably not. Stop going down. Now we can lose larger sums of money more fast trading SPX than we ever could with GME. Oh, that's not true. GME out the money options were the same fucking price as SPX options through like all of 2021. You ever try to buy like a 250 on GME when it was trading at 230? Pricey. GME's OPEXs were unreal. Yeah. I'm wildly over leveraged into puts on Tesla. You bought puts on it at the bottom? Why didn't anybody short the thing when it was $450? Because almost president? No, he's not. I didn't vote for him. Today. Hmm. It's going down. Failed view up. Looks dumpy. You shorted Tesla based on that, like, snippet of incorrect live data? To Elon is Prezi is almost as dumb as me not being able to say I have regrets about my vote. I don't. Liar. Sovereign Wealth Fund. We're gonna fill it with the greatest of things. Some people say they've never seen a sovereign wealth fund in a country with $30 trillion in debt. What's a sovereign wealth fund? It's like a piggy bank for the government. Same like Infinity Pool. Yeah. Socialism, brought to you by the GOP. I checked GS this morning. I saw DN below GN at 252. Oh, okay. Wait, you shorted it this morning? Sovereign wealth fund talk. You proposing Donald's plan to fix the economy is to nationalize all bonds outstanding? Fuck it. CPI to 50 month over month. Oh man, you know me too well, Gherk. I'm both honored and saddened. You know all my soft, squishy places. We've spent a lot of time in the jar. My sovereign wealth fund is where they hid the FTDs. Oh god, don't say that in front of super stalkers. They'll start writing posts. Over leveraged? I shorted it 4 times today. DD, yeah. So bulls want a slightly cool PPI, but not too cool or too hot. Yeah. Too hot and too cool are big problems. It needs to be right around analyst expectations. So a slight drop. If there's a big drop, it's going to definitely promote growth fears. Rapid realization of the 2025 depression. I was starting to think Basant might actually issue Century bonds, but do them as zero coupon. The ultimate can kick? Who the fuck's gonna buy them? That's the problem. No one wants to buy the shit. It's not like we don't have a wide selection of debt offerings. The sovereign wealth fund. So we're gonna print the money, buy up our shitty treasuries, and then hold them for 100 years till we have to pay ourselves back. US debt's gonna go to like BB plus. CDS Inception? Seriously. I was worried that something that stupid and outlandish is entirely possible nowadays. Look, I'm not rooting for the bulls, but I'm looking at put prices and thinking we could really use a bounce to fix that. No, this is what options are going to cost for the next 4 years. I mean, all we have to do is cancel our debt to China and Japan. Like, what are they going to do about it? You know? As long as we don't, you know, put a drunk person in charge of defense. We don't do that, right? Like a drunk National Guardsman. Thank God. I'd rather have a... What? Where do I have news for you? Oh no. The 2-time-a-year physical training keeps them highly accountable. I just can't believe out of all the potential candidates for that position, that was the choice. You can walk a mile in 10 minutes. Quickly. I said 5,600 where my put is, or my butterfly is at maximum profitability. No higher, no lower. 5,600. Oh, look, Winter, Tesla's trying to sell off again. Son of a bitch. Go back up. This is not peak profitability. I'm sorry, it's gonna need to bounce. Nope. No. Don't get excited. I need it to bounce back. You're rich already. Doesn't matter. If I lose $420 on this butterfly, I have to invoice it to Poopy. Popcorn. Popcorn. You ever went to wipe and had the finger slip through the paper? Yeah. You? Well, I'm guessing yes, also. I'll be honest, Greg, I either have the right amount of puts for tomorrow or way too many. Are you thinking really cool PPI? How'd that make you feel about your relationship with the church? Maybe I should have been more open-minded. Ever had a ghost wipe? I have a bidet. Literally every wipe is a ghost wipe. Jen, you've known me for 4 years. If there's something outlandish that I can say, I'm probably gonna say it. It's like a compulsion. Problem is my office toilet doesn't have a bidet, so it's pretty mixed on my daily deuces. Well, I mean, you either need to schedule your shits better or get a bidet installed at your office. Like, hire a plumber to come in and install a bidet. Make it very public. The best part about owning a bidet is letting everyone know that you own a bidet. That, and then secondary to that, clean butthole. I don't own the building anymore. So get permission. Just tell them you can't come into work anymore until you have a operant bidet. Make them pay for it. And if they question you, be like, have you ever tried doing this job with an itchy ass? Just like that. Same amount of confidence, very direct. Look them right in the eyes. You'll get your bidet. He doesn't have any HR. I've had several people enter my apartment and then spray the wall with a bidet, yes. Oh, look. Nope, too high. Go back down. I had to go to the quarterly board meeting with my proposal for a leasehold improvement of a bidet. I might get voted off of the board. Then you're free, and you don't have to deal with the goddamn tariffs anymore. Then you can open up a competing store next door, like a competing shop, but you only use steel sourced from the U.S., and you can call it something catchy, like U.S. steel. I'm bound by so many non-competes. Hmm. Yeah, but how enforceable are those? Really? NDAs aren't non-competes. NDAs still exist. Non-competes are different because they can cause harm. Well, I made sure it was something I wasn't interested in ever doing. I told her absolutely not. I'm pretty bored with sheet metal. What are you gonna do next? What's gonna be your next adventure? Blocks of metal? Sheet plastic? Catapult construction? Tube metal? We should start a church. Guys, look at the price. Max profit. Maximum. How could you predict the ending price? Time machine. Seymour told you guys about this. Oh, wait. Nope, still max profit. Wow. Close enough. Wall hacks. Alright. Oh no. There we go. That was a really fun and exciting day. We went up, opened up, went down, and then bounced into flat. So it seems like a lot of the waiting for the market's response is going to be on PPI tomorrow. We did close up 50% from yesterday's close, so a slight gain on the day with the cooler CPI numbers. But if PPI tomorrow is substantially cooler, that's going to create fears that growth is contracting. If it is substantially hotter, then we still have the inflation issues. It's not being passed forward to the consumer, and the consumer is weakening. So low consumer demand, high producer prices, very stagflationary. If consumer demand and producer demand are both declining in unison at a very brisk pace, that's really bad for growth. So not too complex to understand, but I want you guys to kind of have an idea of why the market's reacting so weirdly to CPI. Yeah, nothing to say here. Still flat at about ES 5600. We've traded to either side of that, but we seem to just keep getting kind of stuck to the middle there. Obviously 5550 to the downside, a little bit of support, but been unable to break 5673 to the upside and start any kind of reversal. Dollar actually moved up a little bit today, as did the 2-year and some of the bonds at the top end of the curve, with the 30 and 20 continuing up a little bit. Commodities not performing too well, but overall, but oil was up, and precious metals moved a little bit. Correlation came down really hard, so we do have some entry into the dispersion trade today. I know it didn't affect price very much, but that's a pretty strong, consistent move over the course of the day, and we're definitely seeing some volatility shorting come in. So if PPI is as expected, or just slightly cool or hot. It can't be like anything more than like 0.1 outside of the analysts like consensus could cause a bigger swing. But for now, they are prepping, so there is some dispersion trade coming in. We see that in tech, which overperformed a little bit today compared to Dow or S&P. And tomorrow, if PPI is in line, they're going to lever up that dispersion trade even more. And you can see that here with the dollar rising, but the dollar rising far more substantially against the yen today, 35 points. We see carry leverage going up in the, from Monday's low at around 8.3 to about 8.65 right now. We're seeing leverage move up at the short end of the trade too, and rapid drop in the forward yield on volatility down to 10% today from Tuesday's high of around 23%. And we also see the yield the 10-2 coming down in line with that as well. So both of those indicate that things are kind of turning around a little bit. Bond volatility is probably going to be kind of flat again today. I don't think it's dropping just yet, but we do have a big turnaround in correlation on the 3-month. Skew dropped again today, but maybe we get a little bit of a bounce back and less demand for those out of the money puts with the CPI print. Breadth, not too much of a substantial improvement there. And correlation between VIX and cash VIX now at 93.21%. A little bit of this going into the VIXpiration next week on Wednesday, driving up the correlation between those two, but also just backwardation is still kind of nuts. So I think we are getting vol shorting, but it's really not driving apart the correlation very much. So it's probably very near dated. They're not shorting volatility further out as heavily. Fed fund futures kind of popped a little bit yesterday. We were almost at one rate cut, and then they fell today. Probably still pricing at about 2 cuts into the end of the year right now, 1.5. Bear steepener down a little bit today, but not very much, like 2%, 3%. On the technical side of things, we do have a bounce, but we're unable to regain 5604, which is not a great sign. That support resistance level is kind of important. And so the fact that we, bounced over it, rejected, and fell back nearly low, probably means there's more of this. But the next really important level to the upside is going to be 5696. And we're still quite a ways away from that. But if PPI comes in as expected and we do get a morning move, I think that'll be the most probable target to the upside from here. And then, around that price or around 57.73, that's where we'd start looking for a rejection in a reversal. So we got a little bit of room to the upside to keep moving up if things go as planned. But if we fail and we lose that 55.23 level, pretty quick drop down to 54.02 and 5100 or 5120 beyond that. So still a lot of room to the downside and quite hard to turn this around with negative gamma and delta where they're at. That's all I got for you guys today. Thank you so much. For those of you that sold 5600 20 wide butterflies, congratulations on your $1,500 a pop. That was awesome. Later.
Kenny.